Hi, welcome back, you guys. This is day 6 of the live stream. Tension and flow today is the general topic. All right, so go ahead and let me know how you're doing in your projects, what your goal is for today. My goal is to get 2.5-ish chapters done. I really want to meet my 15 chapters for the entire week. So I have only 2 days left and 5 more chapters to go. So I'm hoping to get about 2.5 chapters done today. In theory, hoping. Let's see who's in and breaking rules. I see. Nice. Breaking the rule. Did you write 1,000 words? Because if you didn't, you're breaking rules. Breaking rules. Just it. On serious note, I think you said yesterday Jay's stream was about writing tension. That's part of why I want to add short stories between the books of my series. Nice. It can also help with because it can take a really long time to release the books. So yeah, that's also another possible reason that some people might decide to come out with short stories in between the larger releases, because it can take so long for a larger release to be launched and you want to keep the momentum going for a series. I've seen some people utilize short stories as kind of a way to and they'll make them either free or very cheap as kind of incentives for the fans to keep talking about the show. So there are quite a few benefits of actually releasing short stories in between. So it's a good idea. If you've got a long series, it's a good idea to look into. Jennifer, hi. Hello, Jennifer. We got a lot of people right at the start. That's unusual, but I'm so glad you guys are here. Book Dragon, I finished my first go through of edits, and my goal is to get a good start on the second round. Awesome. That's right. You did finish. That's so cool. I'll go ahead and notate everyone who's here before I forget, because my brain is not the best at this stuff. Okay, let's see. Attendance time. Brandon is here. And he was here yesterday as well. And then we've got Jennifer. And we have Book Dragon. Okay. All right. And then Brandon, I'd really like to build a sense that it's all building up to something. The MCU did a fantastic job with that with Thanos, despite only appearing for 2 movies. Yeah, I guess. If you were a fan, it was good buildup. I feel like casual goers, which is why a good trick you can do with these short stories is make a few of the short stories standalones that don't need anything necessarily, but fans would get the references. That way newbies can be introduced to the universe as well. Because I think one of the major problems of Marvel at this point is they can't bring in new people. Because if a new person comes in, they have to rewatch all of those movies to get proper context, and it's gotten to a point where there are too many movies. Is too daunting, so people won't do it. So Marvel is starting to have a slight issue with that, which is why they're branching out so much into TV shows and stuff like that, trying to get new people, which has somewhat worked. I feel like their TV shows are bringing in new blood. Jennifer, I'm starting on chapter 5. No idea if I'll be able to finish it today. I'm started chapter 10 yesterday, but chapter 10's a doozy. So I don't know if I'll be able. We'll see. I've been having a hard time. The last couple chapters have been a little rough because a lot happens in these. I'm getting closer to the middle, or rather the tail end of Act 1, set up for Act 2, and a lot is going on. It's the first bits of conflict are hitting, and so it's a lot of extra scenes needed that I had skipped over because I was rushing to get to the next point, so I would skip over some smaller stuff so I could get to the next plot point. And I knew I was doing that. I knew I would have to rewrite, but that means that now, today, I'm having to catch up and fill in all of those missing scenes, all of those missing descriptors. quite a lot. Clean up the dialogue, make sure it actually flows a lot better for each of the characters. And it's not just kind of a skeleton dialogue, but it's like filled out proper. And that takes a lot longer than editing a lot of the earlier scenes. I felt like I slowed down a lot more because the beginnings of books I usually handle a little bit better, because the beginning, I know I'm supposed to be easing people into a world. So, I mean, I'll drop you a little bit into some action because I have a habit of it, but like I'll ease a little bit more. But then I feel like when it comes to like the end of Act 1, I get a little more impatient because I know at that point we're supposed to be moving faster. So then as a writer, I think I write a little too fast. So, yeah, I'm not very good with slowing down at that point. So then it's editing me's problem, sadly. Okay, so we are going to get started on our first sprint of 25. Let's hope that we can get through some stuff today. I will, as usual, write a question up for chat. So keep an eye on that. And as always, like and subscribe if you haven't already. I think all of you are subscribers of mine, but liking the video really does help show an algorithm so a few other people can join if they have time. So thank you guys so much. Let's go ahead and start our 25 minutes. All right, and we are back. I hope that was good. I started on scene 2, so I'm on scene 2, chapter 10, getting there. So, Book Dragon, I've got to step away for a bit, but I don't have a set rule for when I end a chapter. I mostly go off the feel, so it's hard to explain. Brand friend of mine needs company, so I gotta go. Bye. Write 1,000 words sometime today. Bye. But yeah, that's roughly how I use it. One of the things that I've tried to do, because I learned it pretty early on when I was doing creative writing courses, is I was trained to try to end every single chapter with some kind of tension of some kind. The tension doesn't need to be the world-ending problem, but it needs to be something that causes you to want to know an answer to a question. Be that question, oh my gosh, will they survive? All the way to, oh my gosh, who's that person at the door? To, what do you mean she ended up eating the wrong kind of meat? What does that mean? Like, is she going to pass out and die? Like, it can be something that some people might consider insignificant, but you're missing information to know for sure if it's insignificant or not. So it compels the reader to go to the next page. So usually I try to end my chapters in a place where I've got that going on. And if I don't have places where that's going on, I question, okay, what's going on in these scenes? Are they lacking tension? So that was something that I had to ask myself a couple chapters ago. I think 2 chapters ago, chapter 6, 7. I noticed a little bit of a lack of tension. I was able to like get some points between some of the scenes, but a few of the other scenes just didn't have the same tension. And I was like, okay, well, it's not that every single scene needs intense tension, but it'd be better if it has enough tension to carry the story through, not just at the chapter enders. So I was trying to fix that and keep the tension going consistently. But yeah, I look for tension for sure. And it is kind of more of a feeling. It's hard to describe. It's not like there's one exact thing you look for. It's more like a combination of factors. Jennifer got a 500-ish word scene rewritten. Awesome. Nice. Nice. I just made a few tiny little fixes so far, but I'm entering a bigger scene. That's probably going to have more rewrites, I'm guessing. I might even need an extra scene, maybe. We will see. But yeah, I always determine the end of a chapter based on like whether or not there's tension enough to do so. As such, the length of my chapters can vary quite a lot. Of course, it's hard to tell because I'm so early on in the drafting process, so I know it's going to change because some of my scenes that used to be like 800 words have now gotten up to like 1,200 words because I've beefed them up with description and stuff. So the numbers will change, but as of now, some of my chapters are roughly like 1,800 words, and then other chapters are like 3,000 words, like double. So it varies quite a bit, I feel like. Jennifer, I love when a chapter ends with lots of tension, but sometimes it's not always possible. In those cases, I try to end it on a character moment. Yes, exactly. And character moments can be just as compelling, if done right. I know for me, when a character is coming to a realization and they like realize something about themselves that they had been denying, sometimes that compels me forward because I think, well, how are they going to apply that now? Like, are they going to apologize for being a jerk to this other character for years? Are they going to tell this person? So like, I'd be compelled to turn the page because I want to see what they do with that information. So absolutely, character moments can be just as compelling depending on how they're written. So yeah, absolutely. Okay, so we are going to get ready to do another sprint. Let me go ahead and prep the timer. Add it to stream. Okay, we're going to do another 25. See how much more we can get done. I will see about writing a question for chat. See you in 25. And we back. I was trying to figure out how to... I need a character to stay in one room because it's airtight. I'm trying to... Anyway, there might be poison in the air. Deal with that. Deal with that the next sprint. Okay, how'd you guys do for your 25 minutes? How y'all doing? Question for chat. How do you like tension? Do you prefer the characters to feel it too, or do you enjoy making your readers tense and your characters unaware of the danger? For me, I prefer my characters to also know. Usually when I write, it's from the character's perspective. So usually the characters are aware. I don't write first person narration, but it's third person usually with an emphasis on one character. And that's usually how I write most of my books. As such, I don't really have a lot of opportunity to play with the audience knowing, but the characters not knowing something. So I haven't had a chance to play with that too much. I think I've done that with I think I've done that with a short story. It was pretty fun, but I've never tried it in a longer work before. I feel like usually you either have to have like a third person narrator for that, or maybe mystery or switching perspectives between characters might do it. I don't think my go-to writing style doesn't usually allow me to do that second option. So usually the characters are aware. Jennifer, I didn't get as much done this time. I had to reread a scene and make notes. Yeah, I was rereading bits and pieces because I'm trying to figure out exactly how I'm going to do the scene that I'm in. I feel like it's going by a little too clipped, and I need to make some other things more clear. But I'm trying to find exactly what is missing because I'm not positive what's missing. I'm also trying to add little tiny bits of description here or there that don't break the action happening in the scene, which is I'm not sure. Honestly, I don't know how well I'm doing on that. I feel like I'm doing badly, but I'm not sure. So I'm just, I don't know. This is a scene that needs to happen in my book, but I'm not positive on how I've done it. And this was the part that I felt, because the implications of some of the things that the aliens are able to do, which can interfere with our space-time continuum. You'd think, oh, well, this alien creature can go back in time, right? Except not really. The creatures can only allow two people whose flows of time intersect to see each other's flow, but that doesn't necessarily mean you can intentionally interfere with a flow of time. It's weird. And I'm still trying to figure out how I want to communicate that, because it's not like the aliens have like the language to communicate that, because to them it's normal. But at the same time, like the humans aren't really sure what they're seeing. So I'm trying to find a way to make it make sense because the audience won't know what's going on either. So trying to figure that out. Usually my characters are aware of the tension, but sometimes I'll have one point of view learn something that adds tension to a different point of view. That's always fun. Yeah, that's the thing. I only focus on like one character usually. I have lots of characters, but I only focus on one. I don't switch POVs or anything, so I don't get to play with that. But if you got different POVs, you can play with that a lot more. Yeah, so it can be a fun thing to mess with. I just don't usually have the opportunity to mess with it very much myself, but it's a fun thing to do. Okay, so we are going to go ahead and do another 25 because why not? That's why we're here, trying to get some. I did start transferring in chapter 11, scene 1. Housed to the ever, I went back to the previous scene, chapter 10, scene 2, because Again, I feel like it's not quite right, and I'm not sure what I'm looking at. So I keep doing a lot of rereading, and I keep reading my notes too over here. I've got like 2 or 3 different notes. I'm trying to figure out what I'm missing. I need to reread my notes again. But yeah, hopefully I'll figure it out during this sprint. So let's do another 25 and see if we can nail down some of this stuff. All right, and we are back. Hope that was good for you guys. I've kind of given up. Like I fixed one or two tiny more things in the last scene of chapter 10, and then I moved on because I can't figure out what I'm missing. I've looked over my notes about 10 times, so I can't figure it out. So I just need to distance myself from that chapter a bit. I might have to come back to it, but I don't know. I feel like something's off and I can't figure out what it is. We have some more people who entered chat. Allegra, good evening. Hello. You got me in your book, by the way. No spoilers, but if you know, you know. There was a red light that came on in Damien's watch. Not watch, one of the bands. Yeah, that red light almost got me. Almost got me with that scene. Nice fake out. If you know, you know. Most of you probably don't know, but that was a good fake out in book 2. Like it. Okay. Question. How do you check the flow? Do you read out loud, change font styles, or font sizes? Brandon popped back in. I haven't written 1,000 words, but I have started working on my work in progress again. I think I just need to talk about writing in real time to get excited about it again. So many thanks for that, Corey. Awesome. I'm glad you're working on your project again. It can be difficult, especially if you keep entering burnout or you have depression. I wasn't really able to work on my book stuff at all for the year of 2020. I didn't write anything in 2020. I was in very, very deep depression and burnout. And I talked about that a bit in my video when I was coming back to the platform, but that was a really hard year. So like it happens, you know, and I think it does help to get involved in community, but also like if you're feeling a lot of depression and you just don't engage with things that you used to love, if you're able to talk to someone about it, I would encourage that as well, because you could just be experiencing extreme burnout or depression. And so always take care of yourself first and foremost. But I'm really glad you're back into writing. It can really help to get back into the community. It's character webs and character profiles today. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck. I realized last minute I'm missing 1 or 2 of my character profiles. So like a major character is straight up missing a profile. So I need to fix that because I was looking to reference something and the reference isn't there. So yay. Jennifer, I finished another scene, another 500-ish words. Nice. Awesome. Look, I'm glad you're liking it. Yes, I am. It's been fun. It's been fun. I'm getting a little bit of reading in now and again. But I'm so tired after the stream. I don't know if you guys have this too, but if I sit down and I write for like 4 or 5 hours, afterwards I'm mentally dead and I have to completely reset and just turn off. I can't even read sometimes after a writing sprint. I think it's getting a little better. I think I'm starting to get used to it. I think it's just I'm not used to being able to sit down and write for such long periods of time because usually I'm working a job. So the most I'm able to write during the week is like an hour. So writing for 4 hours, which is what these streams usually are, a little over 4 hours, has really been interesting. I think if I were to keep doing this longer term, I would probably get used to it. But my mind is very much not used to this right now. So I get very drained. Like after the stream is over, like my whole body just feels just lethargic, just slams into me. And I feel like I can't physically even sit up any longer. It's really weird. I'm not looking forward to tomorrow. I'm going to be trying to write for 8. Oh my God. See, I've done that. I think the only reason I got through it is at the time I entered hyperfixation. I think that's the only way I got through it. 2 things. I was hyperfixated and I was with other people and I didn't have the energy to mask around them or anything like that. Like I was just drained in general. So, but I could focus on the writing project in front of me. And these other people I was with could not make decisions. So they kept trying to figure out where to eat. And this was the morning, by the way. It was like 9 or 10 a.m. in the morning. They couldn't figure out where to go to eat. They did not decide on anything until 6 p.m. that evening. I was living off grapes in their fridge. I was staying with friends and friends' family at the time. So like, I didn't really have much of a say in anything. And I didn't have my own transportation, so I was reliant on them. So I would eat a few grapes here or there to keep my sugar up, and then I just was writing that whole time from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. I was writing. I got done 12,000 words in that time. And like, it's a blur. It's hours of just blurred writing. I don't recommend that, by the way. It was horrible, and my body felt it the next day. Don't do that. Um, definitely eat more than grapes, Allegra. The grapes aren't enough. Yeah, I don't get it. If you were to ask me, like, I don't understand how I did that. But in a single day, I wrote 12,000 words. And I don't know how I did it. I must have hyperfixed because like I know I ate some of the grapes because I remember getting up to go to the bathroom and feeling faint, like I was going to pass out. So I remember asking, "Hey, is there something I could snack on while you guys decide where to eat?" And they were like, "Yeah, there's some grapes in the fridge." So I had some grapes to keep myself conscious, and that was it. Like that's all I had. And so that and water. And then I went back down and I just started writing again because I needed to distract myself from the fact that I was hungry. And I just clicked in, and I, like, the next time someone talked to me, it was like 6 p.m. They're like, "Okay, we're going to go ahead and get pizza then. So come on." And I just looked up and I was like, what happened? Like the whole day was gone. So I must have fixated. Because I don't remember anything else. So I don't know, man. I don't think I could do that again. I think that was like a once in a whole lifetime thing. I don't think I could ever pull that off again. I don't think I want to. It was dangerous. Book Dragon, I'm back and checking for flow. I think it's easiest to find after you step away from it. Yeah, definitely step away for sure. Although I will say there are times you can't really do that. If you are on a deadline, you don't have the ability to step away from a project, which is where I usually, like, for example, for me, because I've been working on and off M.E.L this whole time, I haven't had a ton of time away from the project. So instead, what I've been doing is I've been changing the font style to a different font and changing the font size. So the font size is 18 because I'm an old lady, and so I need it bigger so I can see it. And also it changes how I'm reading it. I'm noticing different words now, so that can help. At least it's helping me for now. But yeah, it's best to have some space from it. If I can pull 20K by Monday, I may be able to finish this book. By Monday. It's a lot. Let's see. Today for me, Saturday? Yep. For me, it's Saturday. So that means it's Friday for y'all, right? So you have today, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. You have 3 days. Ooh. It's not impossible by any means, but that's a rough one. That's a rough one. Definitely don't let us hold you back. If you need to, like, just click in and not stop, go for it. I believe in you, though. I think you can do it. It's just, that's a lot. Wow. Yeah. Book Dragon, yeah, changing the font and reading out loud helps. I've also heard of people say having a software read it to you helps. I've heard of that. I've never tried it. Back in the day, there used to be some websites that would do it for you for free. I don't think a lot of them are around anymore. I think you actually have to pay for software now. But there are a couple software programs that are read aloud programs and whatnot. And I have heard that as well. Although I've heard that reading it yourself is the best, reading it yourself and recording yourself and then hearing it back, because that's like the weirdest thing for your brain to experience. So like really get you out of it. I haven't tried it yet. I was going to, and if you look at some of the older videos for M.E.L, one of them, I just realized this just now. I'm supposed to be reading this thing out loud when I complete draft 2. I'm supposed to read it out loud and record me reading out loud so I can do draft 3. But I've actually kind of altered what I'm going to be doing. So I think once I get draft 2 done, I want to actually send draft 2 off for some editing. And then I might do recording stuff for fixing up draft 3. I think that's how I'm going to do it now. Because I feel like I'm being a little bit too anal about the whole thing, and that I'm over editing before sending it off for a professional. Like, there's only so much I can fix. I'm glad I'm going through for edit 2. Draft 2 needs to happen before I send it to anybody for sure. But I think once I get to draft 2, then it's like, okay, I really need to get over myself and just send this out and start having someone work on it, because I need to not be scared to do that. Jennifer, printing it out and reading it physically can help. It's inconvenient when you don't have a printer. Yeah. Yeah, the closest printer I have access to, well, okay. I could bring it to work and print it at work. However, I really don't like the idea of being caught doing something like that. I feel like work would frown on it for sure, and I would get a talking to. And it just doesn't feel right to me. It's not my printer, it's work's printer, and that's their paper and ink is expensive, especially here in Japan. I feel uncomfortable doing that. Despite the fact that they take tons of my time without paying me, and I have never seen a drop of overtime despite working it. And therefore, in a way, the company owes me. At the same time, I know, like, from a contract perspective, like, I don't know. I'm just really weird about stuff like that. I don't want to get in trouble. You can tell I'm a straight A student. I can't break the rules. I don't think I have the guts for that. So I would have to go to Daiso and pay for it. And it's expensive. You can get a computer to read it to you. It's great. The software reads it exactly as you've written, errors and all. Yeah, that's what I've heard. I wonder if anyone has, Allegra, do you use something like that? Do you have, like, anyone who uses the read aloud programs, if you guys have recommendations for programs to purchase, let me know. Because I haven't, like, looked into it a ton. I know I need to purchase something probably, but I haven't looked into which programs are best for that. So if any of you guys have recommendations for programs, I would love to see them, because I should probably look into that at this point. So yeah, all good ideas for sure. So far, I've just been changing font style and size, but I should definitely try to get some programs to read out loud. Allegra says, I use Natural Reader. Natural Reader. Awesome. I will notate that. That is probably going to be useful. Natural Reader. Awesome. I'll have to look into that. Book Dragon's Net. Printing is also really inconvenient. If your novel is really big, it's so much paper. Yes, that's another thing. I mean, you can do double-sided paper, but it's still a lot of paper, because printer paper is different from the paper that they put in books. I don't have a book convenient for me right now. But depending on the book, some books have pretty thin paper, actually. And so it allows them to have a lot of paper in a very small space. But if you're just printing it off of a traditional, like, jet printer, that paper is reasonably thick. So I think you can get special printer papers that are thinner, that would take less room, but that might be more expensive in the end. So there's no real, I feel like there's not a really clear, good way to get around that, really. I mean, you could print your book in sections, but then you're reading and editing in sections. And so that's going to mess with your edit really bad. I mean, it could help at times, but it will also hinder you with the overall arcs. Allegra, 240K words creates a mighty stack of printer paper, even only 1.5 spaced and double-sided. 1.5 spaced, double-sided. Whew. I'm guessing you've messed with margins to kind of get the margin as small as possible to cram as much per page as possible, right? I'm guessing you probably have done that. That's a lot. There's a lot of paper. That would be heavy too. You'd have to just edit it at home and not, like, move. You couldn't, like, take pages with you to edit. That'd be so huge. I did print out, I don't have it with me in Japan, obviously. I'm not traveling with that, but I had actually printed out the original skeleton of the book I'm working on right now, which Doesn't matter because the skeleton looks nothing like the work I'm currently working on, but I had originally printed it. And that thing was hefty. And it was a skeleton of what I have now. It didn't even touch, because I think the old word count for the original project was somewhere around like 30,000 words. So it, like, compared to most people's works, it was relatively short. And that was like it was a decent weight for a skeleton work that was only 30,000 words. So I can't imagine what 240K is like. When I was editing WSL, Where Shadows Lie, I printed it and sat myself down at the library every day for 2 weeks because I needed such a big table to keep track of all my notes. Oh my God. See, and that, okay, this is a little off topic, but like I do miss that about the States. Libraries here they're not the same. We do have libraries here. However, they do not have space. They have a couple desks and things like that. They tend to be pretty small little study sectors. They're like these tiny little areas. And they're usually completely taken up with students, which makes sense. The students are studying. But study culture here is like next level, because the schools are so competitive and grades are so important here in Japan. So those seats are always taken up by students. So if you aren't a student, you're probably not going to be able to get a seat anywhere. And even if you could, you're not going to have a lot of space. So you pretty much have to stay home and use your floor. That's what I do. Like, I have a video that'll come out. It won't be this week because this week's video was the book review. Next week's video should be another M.E.L video, and it should be me doing the like giant outlining thing. Well, not outlining, it's more like what the current setup is looking like per scene and chapter and what all the scenes are, because I want to visualize it all in this one space. So, but it's huge and it's big. So I have to do that on my floor. There's nowhere else to do this project but on the floor because it's so big. Yeah, I can't imagine editing physical papers like that here would be very difficult. Usually whenever I have to like compile huge packets at work, we have to use the floor at work as well because we just don't have enough space and tables for everything. So I'm on the floor a lot. So are my coworkers. We're all on the floor. We're all floor goblins. All right. So we're going to go ahead and start getting ready for the next sprint of 25. I hope you guys are ready. Try to get a lot done. Let me add this. And I'll see y'all in 25. All right. And we are back. Ugh. I think that particular scene is good. I'm almost ready to move on to scene 2 of chapter 11. I hope you guys were able to get some stuff done for that last sprint. And our question for chat was, do you have any key markers you use to indicate tension or flow when editing, like marking scene cards for it or using outlining methods like mice? Let's see. Sarah Matthews, hello. I would be 2 hours late. I'll watch replay of this. Is the last sprint. Oh, if it's the last sprint. It is not the last sprint. I usually go for about 4 hours for these streams. I am on Golden Week here in Japan, so I don't have work. And I have 2 of these breaks a year, Golden Week and Oban Festival. So because I'm a teacher and it's very hard for me to write the rest of the time, this is the only time I can get chunks of work done. So I go hardcore, and my streams usually last around 4 hours. So don't worry, we're only halfway through the stream. If you are good to go, you can keep writing with us. We'll be going for another roughly 2 hours at least. Let's see. Mice is my jam. Oh, you use it, Allegra. That's so cool. I discovered it not that long ago, like a couple months ago. And at the time, I was still really early in just starting the M.E.L project. So I didn't really feel like I had time to write out my outline in that way. But I was texting Haley about it. And I let her know about it. I was like, hey, have you ever heard of this? Because it was the first time I had heard of it. I think I heard it on, it was a Discord. I was part of, I'm not sure if I am anymore. I've been inactive for a while because I've been focusing on actually writing. So I haven't been active in the writing group. But it was a writing group. I was talking to a couple other authors about outlining process. I had mentioned how the plot embryo just didn't really, like, I had a hard time with the concept. And someone was like, oh, I use mice to do outlining to double check if I'm like, if I haven't wrapped up certain things yet. And I had never heard of it before. And so he sent me a bunch of links. And it was a really interesting concept, but I was already so far ahead in like trying to get my first reread done and stuff like that. I really didn't necessarily have the time to mess with it in that moment. So when I was talking to Haley, I mentioned it and sent her the links. And I was just like, hey, I know you're, working on redoing your scene cards and stuff and whatnot at the time. So I was like, have you ever heard of this? And so she did a little bit of experiment. So she's been messing with mice. I think there are 1 or 2 videos on Haley's channel, Haley Wright's channel, that she messes with it a little bit. She doesn't have a video specifically like fixating on that and showing you every bit of it. But I believe Brandon Sanderson had a guest speaker on one of his lecture things, and she goes into depth on mice here on YouTube. And it's free for you guys to watch, as always with Brandon Sanderson. God bless the man. So if you guys are curious about mice, go there. I'll also see if I can remember. If I write it down, I'll remember. If I write it down, I'll remember. Where's a note card? How do I not have note cards? Okay, Jellyfish will do. I have a link or 2 that I was sent that there are the article for mice. The link for the article. I'll see if I can post it for y'all. It's very in depth. I think it's the guy who's like, I don't think it's the guy who made it originally, but he kind of worked on it quite a lot. And I think he created a bunch of like flow cheats you can download for free on there that like break down everything. So I'll see if I can remember. I'm writing it down right now. Post mice link. Okay. I've got a little note to myself. I don't know if I can post it in chats, but this at the very least will remind me to post it in comments. I'll like tag it. I'll put it in the description box, something or other, when this goes live. I'm going to see if I can bring it up right now. But nice rating aligning. Plot your novel. Is it this one? Is it this one? Let me see. I might have found it. Oh, I hope I don't get kicked for trying to bring something up. So my internet's not the best, as you guys probably well know. So bringing up another web page is testing the limits of my internet right now. Jennifer, got another 250-ish words rewritten. Yes. Nice. Allegra, I have a MySpace story template and video explanation that I did a while ago. I love it. Awesome. That's so cool. I'll have to check that out. I am really, by the way, this is to everyone in chat right now, or anyone who runs across my videos later. If you do videos on your channel, please let me know. I've been trying to go through, when those of you who comment quite a lot, I've been trying to go through and see if you guys have channels and if I can support you back. But I'm really slow with it because my mind forgets things immediately. So if you have channels, let me know in the chat. I'll write it down as a note to myself to do, and I'll check your channels. Because I know I've subscribed to some of you, but not all of you. So if you have a channel, let me know, and I'll see if I can. Is this it? I found it. I found the article. Okay, cool. Boop, boop. It's from Learning to Grow. Let me see if I can post it. I don't know if I can post it in a comment or not. Okay, I tried to post it as a comment. I don't know if you guys can see it in chat. And I don't know if the link will work, but that's the link. Again, I'll put it in the description box when this video finishes going live. Finishes being live, and it's like just a stable static video again. I'll see if I can add it to the description box because I can't mess with the description box where I am right now. I don't think so anyway. But yeah, there's the article. I really, it looks really amazing and I do want to use it. I'm just not in a space where I feel like I can right now because I want to focus on actually creating the second draft. I feel like mice is something I might try out writing everything in for draft 3 because at that point I want everything really solidified. So I feel like that's more of a draft 3 thing for me. Although for future books, I'm probably going to try to use mice way earlier on. I just didn't know about it until more recently. So, but it seems really cool. So yeah, definitely check that out for those of you who are curious about it. And Plot Mom. So you guys should definitely check out Plot Mom's channel as she has a video on it as well. So if you're curious about mice, those are some places to go. And of course, Brandon also has a little video on it. Mice is a really great tool to check that you fulfilled your readers' promises. That's the thing. And it probably would have been useful to use it for this one, except that I was looking off of a draft that was written pretty quick. I mean, it's my draft 1 was far better than that skeleton BS that I had written when I was like 21, but it's still missing chunks, like chunks of explanation, description, stuff like that, which I'm having to rewrite in now, as well as like arguments that ended too fast. Like there was a lot of like stuff that I could clearly see were missing. So that's why I decided against using mice in this moment, because I just don't have the time to sit down and do it. But I do definitely want to use it for draft 3, and for future works, I want to see if I can pull it in sooner. I've never before actually been able to make an outline and keep it from the jump. I've never been able to do that before. I've always done pantsing, and I've tried to do gentle outlining, and like some of it works, but most of it doesn't and ends up getting changed too much. So, it's an experiment I want to pull in for the next work I'll do. I don't know when that will be, but next time I do a book, I would like to see if I can use mice from the jump, because I would rather see if I can plan better and see if I can have a better draft 1 is the goal. So we'll see. Book Dragon. I've never heard of mice in my life, but sounds interesting. It's really cool. It sounds a little complicated at first when it's explained, which is why the article I linked you to does have like worksheets you can download for free and stuff, where you can fill out all the information. When you see it visually, it makes a little bit more sense. At least for me, I'm a visual person. But pretty much if you've ever done any coding whatsoever, even gentle coding, like, well, I don't know, y'all, you're probably younger than me, but way back in the day when we had old school forums, like Pro Boards forums and Vision Free forums, if you wanted to do italics, you had to use brackets and create the code, like a basic code to create certain things for fonts, font sizes, color changes, all of that had to be in code. And it was really simple code, but it was code. So the general idea behind mice is that your story should also be kind of like code. If you start something, you should finish something, right? But the code is going to start and stop at different places. Kind of like, I guess, certain mathematical equations. Like they're going to be sectored off in sections. So if you have this long mathematical equation, you don't look at the whole thing. You look to see which pieces you pull apart and do first. Like you'll do this part, and then you'll pull the other two parts and you'll do that. So it's in these sectors, and they work together. They do interact with each other, but maybe not right away. So it's a way to organize and make sure you haven't missed stuff. Like Allegra was mentioning, if you set up something, if you set up a promise to a reader, the idea behind mice is you would be cued into that and be like, oh, wait, I'm in Act 3. All of the stuff that I promised in Act 1, I need to be wrapping up here. So if I'm not able to do that because it's not that spot, then that's something that I should have been working on in Act 2. So it's that kind of idea. It's built for a 3-act system, but you can modify it, I'm pretty sure. I like 7-point plot structure, but don't treat it as gospel. That's ideal, honestly. Like, I feel like a lot of things are built for 3-act structures, and I don't always keep to that. So I think so long as you're flexible enough to know what your project needs, because it changes from project to project. Oh man, Envision Board and Pro Board brings back some memories. So much text-based fan roleplay. Yeah, Envision Free with an I was the one I used. I was actually a moderator and an administrator for Envision Free. I was just a moderator on the Pro Boards. So I saw the back end of a lot of it too. I was part of that back when a lot of fandoms were on those sites, because we didn't have, Facebook was just starting, but it hadn't really completely picked up yet. Most people who were using Facebook, Facebook had flare boards. I don't know if you remember that, Allegra, but like old school Facebook. So nothing else had really picked up yet. So all of the fandoms were on fan sites and fan forums. So these massive groups, like we would have so many people in the forums. We would have like a little active reader down at the bottom, and there would be anywhere between 1,000 to 3,000 active people per hour. And we would, like, the common room would have 12 or more posts per minute at one point. And I remember when Facebook took off, as well as YouTube, when they both took off really, really well, that changed. We plummeted from having a couple thousand people active per hour to only having 1 or 2 active people an hour. It was huge drop. So yeah, it was crazy to see that shift in fans and how they talk to each other. So fandom is weird. I was also there for fanfiction.net shutting down, and it was a time. It was a time. But yeah, definitely check out that stuff about mice if you are curious. It's a very cool system, and I definitely want to play with it. When I do get around to playing with it, I'll let you guys know how I feel about it and whatnot. I'm very excited to try it. I was there on the dark day when Lord of the Rings online forums were wiped without... Oh, I forgot about that. Oh my God. RIP. People cried. And you know what? I'm there with them, because even though I was never into Lord of the Rings that much that I did roleplay, I understand what it feels like to lose your works in progress. And for a lot of people, RPing, like, that's years of work. Some of those people were working on their characters for years and just gone. That sucks. Oh, yikes. Yeah, man. Was it time? Was it time? Okay. Let's go ahead and get ready for another sprint. I'm going to go ahead and change banners. All right, another 25 minutes. I will see you guys in a wee bit. Sorry about that. Was trying to finish up some dialogue stuff. Still in, I believe I'm still in scene 2, right? Are we still in scene 2? Yep, still in chapter 11, scene 2. So I haven't been able to get too much farther. I'm rewriting a lot of dialogue. I realized the dialogue cut off shorter than it should have, so I'm rewriting the scene. So question for chat is, do you prefer to drop readers into tension at the start of your books or ease into it? So this is kind of asking if you enjoy, if your preferred method of starting a book is in action. So most of my books start in action. So something is currently happening or has just happened and characters are working through something. I don't think I have any works in which I just slowly introduce a character. Usually there's some level of attention immediately. I prefer that, probably because I'm just an impatient person. Probably. But I'm curious, what about you guys? Do you prefer to start off with action or something already taking place? Or do you like introducing the character and having tension build more slowly? I think all stories, to a certain extent, need to have some kind of action happening when they begin. But a lot of works, especially works that are more like literary fiction and whatnot, will usually start with a character doing more ordinary things. And usually they'll start with something about the character as a person that's interesting versus interesting action happening. I prefer there to be action and tension personally. But that's just me. What about you guys? Do you guys like doing that at all or no? Also, let's see where we are at time. We're almost at the 3-hour mark. So we've roughly got an hour left of this stream. I could go longer though, because my account did reset for a StreamYard. So I could push us past 4 hours. So I guess we'll kind of see how we're feeling at the 4-hour mark. Allegra, about half and half. It really depends on genre and the tone of the story. Also the state of mind you want the reader in. Correct. Yes, very much so. Very much so. I think if you wanted a book where you wanted to trick your readers into feeling at ease with a character or a story, and disrupt it later, that's a good way to do it. I'm thinking a lot of Neil Gaiman and a lot of his work. He will start you off with what seems to be pretty ordinary characters, and they are in action. Like one of his short stories, it was 2 characters going to like a college party, and it seems pretty ordinary at first. Like the characters are pretty relatable. They're just chatting about their day. They go to this party and they try to hit on girls because, teenage boys, but like very quickly, like at some point you realize that the people they're talking to might not be human. And it's like, wait, it just slides in when you don't even notice it at first. And before you know it, it's getting creepy very quickly. And I feel like it's more creepy almost because you don't start off the book like that. So there's no warning. I think if he had started out with the tension, it wouldn't have been as powerful actually. So that's a really good point. Really depends on where you want your reader to be mentally, if you want to play with them a bit or not. So true. Jennifer, almost done with another scene. Yes. My books usually start with something dramatic, then it slows down after that. Yeah. Definitely start in action kind of person like me. Book Dragon. I don't tend to start with action, but I do want there to be something happening from the get-go. But if they are a younger, more naive character, I'll ease into it a bit more. Yes. That totally makes sense. It can be harder with certain characters if they're like not a gentler character type. How do I want to phrase it? I guess if their character not bland, that sounds mean. But like you said, if you've got a pretty young character that might not have a very strong personality type, it might be good to ease in because it lets your readers kind of get to know them. Because if you start with extreme action and the character's acting out in a very extreme way to it because they can't handle the situation well, then what the reader is going to see is they're just going to see that extreme element of that character. They're not going to see the other elements yet because that's their first interpretation. So a good example, well, actually, I don't know if you guys would know this. It's kind of nerdy, but I don't know if any of you guys watch anime, but Yuri on Ice, when that happened, a lot of people really liked it. My problem with the very first episode was within the first 5-10 minutes. Anime episodes are very short, so I think a single minute means everything. In the first couple of minutes, you see the main character crying in a bathroom stall. Unfortunately, we don't get the context for that. It just throws us in. But because we don't have the context for it, it makes the main character seem like kind of like a crybaby and an overdramatic person, when the reality is that they are not. They're actually a very sorry. There is a child who is being horrible outside. Let me go ahead and see if I can. Good God. Shoot. Sorry. That's going to be just a thing. I have children in my neighborhood and they're very, very loud. But it starts out seeing this main character just having a breakdown in a bathroom stall. And we find out later that this character, like a minute or two later, we found out this character had a really horrible run on the ice. We also find out that their dog died while they were on tour. So they weren't even home to see this dog that they care about pass away. So it's one of those things that if we had known those two things in a more gentle fashion earlier on, and we saw how this character was struggling mentally, but still forced themselves on the ice, still did their job, even though they were brokenhearted, I feel like it would have shown the more dedicated parts of the character first, which would have given us a better idea of the character as they functioned for the rest of the show, because that was a strong element of the character. But because they started with the crying in the stall scene, it set a different tone for how we view the main character. So I definitely think in cases like what you're talking about, when you have a younger, more naive character, you probably want to showcase those aspects of the character, especially if that's going to be a big element of them further on, either something that they work on and changes over time, or something that kind of defines them as a person. If those elements are important, you want to be able to showcase that properly from the jump. But if you jump into action too soon, then what a lot of people, a lot of readers see is they're going to see more of the panic. They're going to see the bad elements of your character in a panic emergency situation, instead of your character, the more common attributes of them that most people see day to day. But yeah, that's always like a risk. For me, I think maybe that's one of the reasons I had a hard time with Grimspark. I think the start, I'm having a hard time figuring out where to begin it. And I feel like I keep trying to put it in one spot, but that might not be the best place to actually start the book. And this book might actually need a preface, what is it? An introduction chapter. I feel like I might need that for that particular book, but I'm not sure. Again, I need to do a lot of figuring things out about the main character. But because the character changes so much over a course of time, I'm having a hard time. Prologue! Thank you, Jennifer. My mind just went blank. Prologue, thank you very much. Yeah, I feel like I might need that. Book Dragon's like, prologue? Yes, thank you. Yeah, I definitely feel like I might need that for that one. I'm not positive, though. But maybe. But yeah, definitely how you decide how much tension starts out. That tension, depending on whether or not your character is aware of that tension, it will maybe affect them. And if it affects them too soon, then that character will react in a way that they might not react normally, but they would react to an emergency that way. But that's the first impression your readers are getting. They don't know anything else about your character because it's chapter 1. So if your character is in emergency mode at chapter 1, that's the first impression your readers get of that character. And that impression will stick, even if it's not how your character normally is. So if your character starts out in chapter 1 having a mental breakdown, that's going to stick in your reader's brain. Also, it's one of the many reasons why I don't agree with killing people off in chapter 1. because then you're forcing your character into a grief stage when we don't know what the character is like pre-grief stage. Like I don't know how to figure out how this character is being without you telling me. I'm not, because you're supposed to be show versus tell, but if your character is in mourning but I don't know what your character is normally like, I can't figure out how the mourning and passing of this character has affected their daily life because I don't know what their daily life is. I've never seen it. So it's just one more nail in the coffin of why I hate killing off parent mentor figures at the beginning of a book. I hate it. I hate it so much. Stop doing it. Every time I see that, it's a major red flag for me for a book is if you start out with the death of a mentor figure, because I never got to see the mentor figure. I never got to see the relationship. So why do I, like, it sounds mean, but why do I care when they're dead? And also, like, you're showing me a character in a grief stage. I don't know what this character is like outside of that. So I have no point of reference for this character. All I see is them in grief. I don't see anything else. So it's going to affect how I see the character in the book in general. So yeah, going in action doesn't always work, for sure. Okay. Book Dragon, same. It's a cheap way to create stakes. Yeah, and I feel like it doesn't create stakes. I feel like some people think it does because they're like, look how serious this book is going to be because someone's already dead. But for me, it's just like, if someone's already dead, then I don't have to worry about keeping them alive because they're already dead. Like, we've already lost somebody, you know? And again, because I don't know what it's like before that person died, there's nothing to lose. You know? It's like, it's kind of like that thing, like, you can't miss something you never knew. If I never knew something, if I never experienced something, I can't miss it. It's one of the reasons why, like, it kind of sucks that I have a sensitivity now to certain things like egg and milk, because I can remember when my sensitivity wasn't as severe to egg. Like, I still had it, but it wasn't as severe as it is today. I remember having like fried egg and like dipping toast in like egg yolk. Oh my God. Egg yolk is delicious, okay? But I know, because last time I had something with egg in it, it turned my stomach so bad. So I know, unfortunately, I can't have that anymore. And knowing it hurts because I know how good it is. And so now that I can't have it, it sucks, you know? But in the same way, like, it seems like a ridiculous analogy to make, but in the same way, if I know the character first before they die, it hurts worse when they're gone. But if I never knew, who cares? It sounds horrible, but who cares, you know? So yeah, it's definitely a cheap way. It's trying to force people to feel something without actually working to get the reader to feel that. You have to work for readers to like your characters. You have to work for it. Okay, let's go ahead and do another stream. 25-minuter. Book Dragon. It's a problem how good egg yolk is, and I'm sincerely sorry you can't have any. And I'm in Japan. Do you know how common egg is as an ingredient here? And also how good eggs are over here? Like, they take serious care on quality of eggs here in Japan because they're used raw in a lot of traditional dishes. And it's safe to do that here in Japan because the egg quality and like the whole system is very, very strict. And so eggs are like really good here in Japan. And I can't have them. And they're in so many things too. Like, every single like wonderful confectionery that's in 7-Eleven has egg in it. Ah, it's depressing. And also milk fat, which sometimes I can deal with a little bit of dairy. I've been pushing myself recently to see how much dairy I can intake before it tips the scale. And I can actually get away with certain things like pizza occasionally now, but it seems to depend. It's a flip of a coin. Fun. I'm hoping to build up good bacteria in my gut again, but I don't know. Ugh. I'm depressed. I want to have it. That loss hits me hard. Okay, we're going to go ahead and do another sprint of 25. Let's see if we can start this sucker. I will see y'all in 25 minutes. All right, we are back. Sorry, I got a little distracted there in the last minute. My textbook came in. I am somewhere between N4 and N3 proficiency. So I don't know exactly where. So I'm trying to figure that out. My college courses were horrendously done, so I'm missing chunks of information. So I'm hoping this helps. The Tri series is pretty nice. I like it. If you are studying Japanese. Okay. All right. So I was able to get done a little bit. I'm still in scene 2. It's longer than I anticipated. Partly my fault. I keep adding stuff. The discussion needed to be like triple the length it originally was. So I just got out of that giant discussion and I'm pulling the characters back to the ship. I'm wondering if I need to break it into another scene. I'm not sure yet. I'm still thinking about it. Chat question. Some people try to keep things like chapters and scenes symmetrical, such as making them close to the same length. Do you try to keep chapters around the same or allow the tension to choose? Let's see. Jennifer, I finished chapter 5. Yeah, awesome. Finished a chapter. That's always good to see. As far as my answer, I actually do usually try to keep chapters around the same length. However, I do feel like at times that's detrimental. So, in my drafting program where I do like the first draft, because it's like ugly, Y-Writer. Y-Writer is so ugly. It's not distracting at all. There's nothing to do but write. That one I use for the first draft. And that one will actually show me roughly how many words are per chapter. And because of that, my brain likes the numbers to be kind of similar. So I do try. That being said, now that I'm doing, like, I'm fixing everything and moving scenes around, there's probably a bit more of a discrepancy. The thing is, I know there's got to be a way to do it, but I haven't figured out a way to find how many words are per chapter. I don't know that information. So currently everything is set up in different folders. Each chapter is a folder and the scenes are the text within each folder. That's kind of how I've structured it so far. As a result, I can't tell how many words are in each chapter right now, which is probably for the best because I'm just making sure it works. And then, there'll probably be a discrepancy between them. Jennifer, most of my chapters are in the 2K to 4K range. So far, most of mine seem to be in that range, with I think 1 or 2 outliners being 5K. But yeah, mine tend to be around that as well. Book Dragon. I made it through a whole chapter, and I'll have to check out that Try series, TRY series you mentioned, because I'm trying to learn Japanese too. Okay, I will say, if you are studying Japanese, it's good. House to the Ever. I would not use this initially. This is for proficiency test takers. This is for the N tests. This particular one is preps for N4 test. I would not use this to learn it. I would use this to study what you've already learned. That's why I'm trying to figure out exactly where I am, because I do have a little bit of things missing between the cracks, which this should show me where those cracks are, and then I'll fixate on those areas and relearn them, or learn them from the jump if they were completely left out of my college book, which is totally possible because my college book, which was Yokoso, was crap. And I should have known it was crap because a lot of my tutors hated that book, and a lot of the good teachers hated the curriculum. They absolutely despised it. They had to make their own workbooks to supplement it. It was so horrendous. So that gives you kind of an idea of just how bad my college experience was. It just was not what it should have been. So I'm having to kind of redo it. But because I have the basic foundation of Japanese down, I can use those books and study. I feel like if I were completely new to Japanese, these books would be a lot. I'll see if I can actually pull a page for you. So for this, like it's talking about a grammar point. So it's use the show to ask another person's opinion by adding nuance. So like you can kind of learn things, but this is more like you've learned this in a proper classroom setting and this is like quick notes. This is how you use it. Very quickly use it in practice. It's not going to go in depth into anything. I don't know. I personally wouldn't use this to learn initially. I actually don't know off the top of my head the best system to start learning. I would say, I know everyone talks about it, so you probably don't want to hear it, but Rosetta Stone. I know, but Rosetta Stone actually will get you talking a lot quicker because of how they teach. They teach with immersion. I would highly recommend that. Jump into Rosetta Stone and utilize the paid sessions. You will have to pay more for them to like talk to an actual instructor and stuff. Do that. That is probably your best bet. Speaking is going to be more important than reading and writing. So if you could jump on that sooner, that'd be great. That's the thing that I am insufficient on is the speaking and listening because my college did not fixate on it. So I have a huge deficiency in it and it's really harming me quite a lot over here. So yeah, I would jump into Rosetta Stone. If you are able to take college courses with an actual Japanese professor, that'd be great. But I know not everyone has access to it and it's very expensive. So Rosetta Stone is probably one of the better options for price. And I do believe around the holidays, they might have special deals. So look out for those. Sorry, that was a long tirade about languages that probably no one cares about but me and Book Dragon. Try to keep chapters within a certain range. But when I'm editing, I break them up depending on how the tension's flowing. Yeah, exactly. I think I'm going more with the tension and how that is going as well as flow for now. So I'm almost positive my chapters are oddly like completely different number distributions now. Don't worry, I'm not learning from scratch. I studied. Oh, okay. So I had, oh my gosh, you had Yokoso? I'm so sorry, dude. Yokoso sucks. And you know what? I mean, we both probably knew it. They still use cassette tapes and stuff as like the little example sentences. Like, did you read the cassette tape? It's like, no. Oh my gosh. Yokoso is trash. You know what's so funny is here in Japan, if you go to the larger bookstores where they do have foreign language learning, they will have a lot of study books for people trying to learn the Japanese proficiency test stuff, right? Because we have international students here. Not as much now because pandemic time, borders are closed. But the bookstores, the giant bookstores will have those sectors, and Yokoso is not there. There'll be almost every other Japanese learning textbook imaginable. Like all of my friends who went to different universities, all of their textbooks are in store here. But Yokoso, I've never seen Yokoso in any bookstore here, which really gives me pause because why? The only thing I can think of is it's not produced by a Japanese company. And that's a red flag to me because why is a non-Japanese company trying to teach Japanese language? Like yeah, Yokoso is trash, man. I didn't realize it was bad until we moved on to more advanced books. I was so right. Yes, my professor was Japanese, so she explained a lot what the books missed. Oh, good. I'm glad you got a good professor. For my college, there was this giant gap between 202 and 301 level, and pretty much I was told point blank by my instructors that I had to study abroad in order to cross over into larger sections, or I would not be able to pass. Because their Yokoso is deficient in listening and speaking, like really bad. It just focuses on reading and writing primarily. So your spoken and your listening are going to be so severely behind that the only way to catch up is to go on the study abroad program for either a full solid year or for the summer at the very least. And it was insanely expensive. There was only like 1 or 2 scholarships for the entire department. So there was no way I was going to get in as a lit major. So I couldn't financially afford it. So I didn't study abroad. And as such, I just ended my Japanese learning at 202. I could not progress. So I am really, really behind and I need to catch up and do tons of work. I would like to eventually take at least N3. N2 is really hard, so I don't know. N1 isn't like N1 is like native status. I'm not even, that's not on the table for me. But someday I would like to take an N3 at the very least. It would help quite a bit. So yeah, I didn't realize either until I was getting into other textbooks and I was like, wow, mine was really deficient. So yeah. Anyway, again, long explanation nobody cares about but us. But it's interesting you had the same textbook. I wonder if that textbook just has a hold on US universities. I'll bet it does. I'll bet you someone's passing money under a table because it's always about money. Ugh. Anyway, I think we will do another sprint. I am, by the way, off screen eating a little bit of chicken here or there that I warmed up for myself because I would like to go longer in this stream than usual. I really want to make some more progress. I would like to get through to chapter 12. Right now, I'm still at the tail end of chapter 11, but I'm not the tail end of it. I would like to not just start chapter 12, I'd like to finish it. So we're going to keep going for a while. We're not at the end. Normally, I'd say one more sprint and we're done, but I think we're going to try to go a little longer today, see how that works. So I hope you guys are game for quite a few more sprints. We're gonna try. We're gonna see how far we can go. So another 25 minutes starting now. Okay, we're back. I am still on scene 11. I'm almost on chapter 12, and guess what I figured out? I figured out that there has to be an entire new scene again, not in this chapter, at the beginning of chapter 12. But I'm going to have to do a whole extra scene or two, because when I thought logically about it, if everyone's out of the ship, the Queen's ship is sitting there, while the main character Alex had to do all of these things, and the group just reunited, but all of Alex's allies are outside the ship, which means there's no one on the ship who's been watching the Queen and her crew. So if there was an escape attempt on that ship, no one was able to stop it, which means one of the characters who's not a villain but has kind of been forced into a villain role in this particular world, they haven't been watched this whole time. So naturally, they probably would have gotten out. So in other words, the ship has been retaken over by the Red Queen. So I need to write that. Like, it should be fine. It should still be able to sync up with my story. But like, oh my God. I was almost at chapter 12. And like, I am. But like, it's going to be a whole nother scene. Okay, chat question. As a reader, do you find yourself annoyed with chapters that vary in length? Or do you not notice so long as the flow and tension are good? Speaking of flow and tension, I need to up the tension by having the ship taken over again. So, that's where I am right now. Okay, Jennifer, I spent that whole sprint rereading. The next chapter is going to need some work. Same. I feel you. I'm right there with you. Gambatte ne. We'll have to just gambatte our way through it. Just do our best. It hurts so bad. I thought I was making progress. I thought I was really getting somewhere. I was like, okay, we're nearing the end of chapter 11. I'm right here. I'm right here at the end of chapter 11. We can just flow right into chapter 12. And I'm like, new scene needed. I was close. I was so close. So I feel you, Jennifer. I feel you. Definitely. So we're going to have to do that. So speaking of the discussion topic, do you find yourself annoyed? I'm usually not annoyed per se. However, I have read a few books where I did notice, and it did pull me out of reading a wee bit when the differences between chapters are extreme. And usually I've found this in books that shift POVs. And this is one of the reasons why I usually don't use POVs in my books. I have a third person narrator almost always. And that's because I feel like the temptation to switch POVs is too strong, and it messes with the chapter lengths too often. So the last time I saw this, and it actually kind of pulled me out of the book a little bit, was actually Six of Crows. There was one part, because it switches focus between characters at different chapters. So a different chapter will focus on a different character. And there is one point when the action's pretty high that it swaps more frequently. And it actually drew me out because there were one or two chapters that were only 2 pages long. And if I was the editor, I probably would have asked if it was absolutely required. I feel like maybe it didn't need to be that way. I don't know. I feel like when the chapters get that short, when it's only 2 pages long, I feel like, is this really necessary information? Does this absolutely have to be conveyed this way? And that's one of the traps, I think, of POVs. It's why I don't engage with them very often. Let's see. Book Dragon, I hate when I skip things like that. And the only time I get annoyed about chapter length is when I can't get into the book, or when I need to go to bed and want to end so I can stop. Yeah, see, my problem is when I get to the end of a chapter, usually it compels me to read the next chapter if it's a good book. So usually I have to put a bookmark in and just end in the middle of a chapter, because if it's written well, the end of a chapter will compel you to read the next bit. So usually I end up ending in the middle of a chapter when there's a lull, like a slow conversation or something. Usually then I'll be like, bookmark. close, go do something else for a while or go to the bathroom. So for me, if the book's written well, I usually won't get that at the end of a chapter, because if the chapter ends without enough of a drive for me to turn the page, then I usually end up closing the book and not coming back to it. So at least for me personally. Jennifer, in a physical book, I don't notice if the chapter is too long or short, but in an ebook, I can look at that estimated reading time and go 50 minutes. Do I have estimated reading time showing on my setup? I think I do. I have percentiles on mine. I think I just have the percent. I don't think I have estimated reading time. Where is my, oh, my e-reader's way up there. Oh, I need to charge my e-reader. I should probably do that. Oh, can't reach it. It's on the loft, which means it's dead to me right now. I have to climb that ladder back there in order to get up the loft. And it is, I'm wearing a skirt, so I'm not going to do that right now. My skirt is long, but it's dangerous to have a long skirt on and try to climb that ladder. So I'm not going to do that right now. But I think I need to charge my ebook. Book jargon. You make a good point. There needs to be a reason for chapters to be super short because it sticks out a lot. When it's severe, like I said, like if it's just a matter of like 1 or 2 page difference, like if one chapter is like 10 pages and the next chapter is 11 pages, I'm not going to notice, especially if that's the norm. However, when your chapters are usually 12 to 15 pages, and then suddenly there's a chapter that's 2 pages, and then I go back to a chapter that's 8 pages long, it's just weird. It's strange. And again, I've only really noticed this happening when they switch POVs. That's the only time I see it happening a lot. It might depend on your reader. Yeah, I think there's actually also settings, so you can show what information shows at the bottom of your screen. I'm sure there's different options, different screen options you can use. Mine's set to percentile. I'm pretty sure I could change it if I wanted to. But yeah, because it's percentile, because I'm like ancient, I actually have the font blown up quite a bit. So I actually scroll through a lot of pages before percentiles change. Plus, I can't, like I said before in an earlier stream, I can't easily tell how long books are when they're ebooks because mine doesn't usually show the page number. Like I have to actually click not the home button, I have to click at the top of the screen for the home bar to show. And then it'll usually tell me how many pages I have in the book to go. But usually like the default setting is I see the page number I'm on as well as the percentile through the book. And those I think are the only options that show for me currently. I don't know. I would have to get it. And like I said, it's on the loft, so it's dead to me right now. But definitely, yeah. I think if it's really extreme, it sticks out. I don't notice otherwise though. So I think normally it'd be fine. So since I'm not switching POVs, I shouldn't have that problem in my book. But I can imagine if you have a lot of point of views going on, it might be really challenging to handle. All right, let's get ready for another 25-minute because I don't think I can finish chapter 12, but if at the very least, if I could get some movement on it, that'd be great. I'm thinking we might do, well, let's do one more sprint and see how we feel. We might do 2 more sprints before I close stream. If I feel up to it, we might do 3. So we'll see. I can, at very least, I can definitely do 1. I think we can do 2 at least. So either 2 or 3 more sprints, I'm thinking. So if you have a preference for how many sprints left, let me know in the comments, and I will deeply consider it. I'll meditate on it. No, I won't. I'm a liar. I'll think about it. Let me know in the comments below. But yeah, I'm in the chat. I mean, but yeah, at the very least, I think we can do 2 at the very least, maybe 3. We'll see. So let's go ahead and get going on maybe our second to last sprint. We'll see. 25 minutes. See you in a bit, people. All right. And there we go. That was the second to last sprint. How much tension would you say, the question for chat is, how much tension would you say your work in progress has overall? Is it high tension? Do you feel like it's even throughout the book, or does it vary in strength? Like, is it really, really tense in some parts and then eases off, or is the tension pretty strong throughout? Looks like Jennifer, this might be my last sprint. Oh, I'm gonna need to go get lunch. I feel you. I actually kind of cheated a little bit. I snuck some pieces of chicken earlier, so like, which is not lunch. Yeah, I just had like 3 small little pieces of leftover chicken I had in the fridge, so it's not really sufficient, but it's tiding me over a bit. I also chewed some bubble gum not too long ago, so because I really, really want to get through chapter 12. I don't think I actually can get through chapter 12, but I want to get a little bit more headway. So I do want to do at least one more sprint myself. But I hope you have a lovely lunch, Jennifer, and thank you so much for joining us. Go eat. I'll never be mad at y'all for eating. Definitely eat if you need it. Okay, let's see. For me, when it comes to tension of, when it comes to tension in mine, I'm trying to have like varying degrees of tension, but I'm trying to have at least some level of tension in some way. So you keep reading. I don't like there to be too much of a lull. So if I'm at a point where I feel like it's just slowed down way too much, I'm trying to add stuff in, which is why I'm at a place where one element of the story has wrapped, the first act, and Kai is now synced up with the same time as Alex, my main character. So both of them are actually physically together in the same plane for the first time. So Alex found the survivor, the lone survivor, Kai. So they're together. Finally, it's taken 11 chapters. So they're finally together as a group, which that means that element of tension has kind of dropped. But now they need to go to the next step, but there's not as much pressure of like how fast they go to the next step. And I realize that, which is why I'm adding in the ship being retaken over by the Red Queen, because I need to add that tension back up, that even though Kai is with everybody else now, that doesn't mean that the fight is over. So yeah, I'm trying to fix that. So I'm trying to keep the tension, I wouldn't say super high, but I'm trying to keep a thread of tension pretty much at all times. Jennifer, going to head off now. Bye. Thank you for coming. Book Dragon, my work in progress is high stakes, but does ebb and flow a bit. My goal, though, is that it continues to build. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. And there will be an ebb and flow. Like, even if you had high tension throughout the book, there will be an ebb and flow of how much the characters feel it and how much the reader would feel it. That's natural. I guess what I'm asking is, like, do you feel tension the whole time to some degree? Because some books I feel like and that's why there's like a dip I describe. Usually the dip is when I feel like there's really no tension in a scene, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. Sometimes you want to get to a place where there is no tension because the characters are relaxed, and so can your readers, and that can be very beneficial depending on what you're trying to do in the scene. But usually it's conversations before like groups head off to fight. There's like this little lull as everyone prepares to leave. And a lot of those times, if they're not handled well, I find those parts kind of boring because it's like this lull where people are just talking, but nothing's really gaining ground. And sometimes the talking is necessary, but if it's not done well, it can be boring. So I'm trying to avoid that. If there is conversation, I'm trying to have enough action and movement of the characters talking that it remains interesting, even when there's lots of dialogue. So characters physically doing things at the same time as talking. I'm trying to just keep everything interesting constantly, which might be exhausting. It's not exhausting to me. Well, it's exhausting to edit it, but like reading it, I find it interesting because it keeps engaging me. But I'm wondering if like this is overwhelming for readers. Like, this is definitely something I would read, but like, I'm wondering if this is too much. I guess we'll find out when I send my stuff to an editor later on, but I'm just now thinking that maybe this is a bit much. I don't know. I have no idea where the line should be. I'm guessing, like based on what I've read and what I enjoy reading, I think I would like. We will see. I think we will do one more sprint today. One more sprint sounds good. Book Dragon. No tension is good sometimes, but every scene should be pushing the story forward in some way, but does have to stay interesting or yeah, exactly, yeah. You need to keep engaging your audience in some way, even if it's just as simple as throughout the conversation, a character trying to do something. Because now the character's doing two things. They're speaking to somebody, but they're also trying to do something at the same time, like pour a cup of coffee, things like that. Those little actions, movement is important. Most people move while they talk, even if it's just messing with something, clicking a pen. Like most people when they talk, like I'm using my hands right now. My eyes are bouncing around the screen, checking comments, checking like my banners, making sure my timer is reset so we can do another sprint. It's pretty normal to multitask while you talk, so it helps. Okay, so we're going to do another 25-minute. This will be the last one of this stream because we're getting to the 5-hour mark. So last one today. And let's go. All right, and that's that. That's the last sprint that we have for this stream for day 6. How did it go? How did you reach your goals for today? I almost did. I almost did. I knew it was going to be a stretch. I knew reaching chapter 15 was going to be a stretch. It's still not impossible. We still have tomorrow, but with only one day, I don't know. I'm rewriting scenes. I finished the rewrite scene for chapter 12. So whoop whoop. Rewrite scene for chapter 12 is done. So I've written in the queen overtaking the ship and being forced into negotiations. So negotiations get to start now between the red queen and the white queen. So we will get negotiation scene next, which partly is written, but probably needs heavy editing, I'm guessing. And it's long. It's huge. So I have a giant scene coming up. So chapter 12, scene 2 is huge. I just transferred it over. So I will start that scene tomorrow. It's a lot. If I had to guess for tomorrow's goal, it would probably get through chapter 12 and maybe work on chapter 13. But I kind of debate whether or not I can reach chapter 15. I really wanted to reach chapter 15 by the end of the week, but there are too many new scenes I've had to add in. And I don't see that changing because I'm entering the midpoint of my book, which means Act 2 is usually the place where a lot of books falter. And I don't think I'm any different. So I feel like I'm going to have to add a lot of scenes, a lot of tension, a lot of rewrites in the second act. And because I'm entering that right now, I feel like it's going to slow down. I'm slowing down because I'm having to do a lot more rewrites, a lot more work. So I'm glad with the progress I made. I got lots done, lots of new scenes added, lots of stuff fixed. So I'm pleased with the progress, but there's still a lot more that needs to be done. So I don't think I'm going to reach the stream goal, but I did reach sort of today's goal. I'm into chapter 12, so there's that. Book Dragon. I did. Oh, good. I made good progress today and hopefully can continue it tomorrow. The round of edits isn't as intense as the last. Good luck with yours. Very, very much good luck with mine, unfortunately. But my back is killing me. So we're going to have to call it so I can rest my back. I can't be sitting in this chair any longer. It's driving me nuts. So we're going to go ahead and call it for today. Thank you guys so much for showing. All progress. Yes, all progress is good progress. It's a lot of rewrites. There were things that had to be done, so I'm happy that they're done now. But it does mean that I covered less ground overall. But that's okay. I covered important ground. Short ground, but important. Okay, we are going to go ahead and wrap her up. Thank you so much for showing up, and please always remember to like and subscribe. It helps things show an algorithm for future streams and future participants. So thank you so much. I will see you on the last day. We'll celebrate all the progress we made, no matter how small, and just have more general chat. So we'll have one last go. So day 7 is tomorrow. I look forward to seeing you guys there. Thank you so much for showing. And yeah, see you tomorrow. Same time, same channel. Bye.